Alrighty. Oh, that looks dark. It's hard to tell if the camera is actually dark because I'm using an old TV that doesn't really handle colors well. I don't know how old this TV is. I got it for 50 bucks from a pawn shop like 6 years ago? No, it'd be closer to 9 years ago. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, about 9 years ago. Because my monitor is, after 13 years of service, it's finally kicked to the bucket to the point where I can't use it as a primary display anymore. I could have just swapped it to being my alternate display, but there's a problem with that. And it's HDCP. HDMI's copyright protection. See, if I... Is it the toddler making noise? Yes, it's the toddler stepping. The fact that there's no music, it's just the step, step, step. It was getting annoying. But, the monitor I have, the old Dell monitor, has copyright protection on it, which basically means if I plug my Elgato into it and then connect the Elgato to OBS, the copyright protection trips and it just displays a black screen. That's why I bought the TV I now have as an alternate display, is because I needed a TV. I was just gonna try and do everything from one monitor. Glad I didn't. I was gonna have the monitor for everything, and then I was gonna use like a phone for like the chat, but then I wouldn't be able to keep track of like OBS. I wouldn't be able to, I'd be able to set up swapping scenes, but I'd never know what one I'm on. It would have been a nightmare. Okay, let's talk to this toddler and get this going. Suing heretics. Music! This game does have sound. God, coming from Final Fantasy Explorers, just playing on my own time, not having music, just standing around was very disconcerting. Like, it just feels wrong, I suppose, be the proper word. So I could see some dried skin in my face. Love when that happens. I have a very blurry view from my right eye. I think it's really bad when I can see. Right? Did you go down to a chinchilla? You can be honest. Did the chinchilla get you? Okay, yep, that's where I was told to go. This dry skin's gonna get really annoying. This is why a lot of people use like moisturizers and stuff. Because now it's just gonna look like I'm half blushing. Okay, I'm going way over there now. Like, it's little sub-objectives like that that just kind of annoy me. Because they don't really add much. Like, oh, I fell down, twisted my ankles. Like, great. Why? Take care of yourself. Drink a potion. Bam. You're good to go again. Like, we're literally in a universe where you can carry a bottle in your pocket that heals, like, goring wounds. Why would I even remotely care? Oh, I'm not going in. I thought I was going in there, because okay. The footprints are still here. So they're kind of here. So they were going straight this way instead of around it, which led me to think they might have gone in there. Because that makes sense. But I guess they didn't. Hateful Harrier. You know, as opposed to a loving Harrier. There's a mage. Come over here, you. Boy, now where am I going? I don't remember. Okay, I'm going right there. I didn't see the quest mark. I'm very good at seeing quest markers. Yo, what's up? I mean, I didn't even know you were involved in this, lady. Like, where have you come from? I thought you were back in, Limsa. Like, what? Let's go over the wall. Much faster than going around. Maybe. There he is. Hey, finally a chest piece. Which means this will probably just be nothing but dialogue. Meaning this could have just been tacked on to the end of the previous quest. Oh man. It was corrupt the whole time. It's almost as if I believe in the very first stream I ever did on this game. My exact words were, man, the Ul'dah's flames are corrupt? Who would have thought? Like, we've seen so many cases of them being corrupt. Why is anyone shocked? Like, that is very much... this is very much one thing. This perfectly... this is a perfect example of what I was literally just about to say. So many of these quests could all be rolled into one quest. Like, why do I need to talk to Alphinaud again? I was just talking to him. Like, I should be moving to somewhere else now. But now, I have to talk to him again. And because he couldn't just tell me where to go, I now had to talk to him again, so he could then be like, yeah, go to this spot. Like, they could have just lumped that together and then literally had you auto-travel to where you needed to be. You know, just basically do a scene transition, and now suddenly you're where you need to be. Instead of making you, one, fast travel to Gridania, or get here by other means, and then run from wherever your other means are, or the crystal, to where you actually need to be. So that what I'm assuming is they're gonna go, oh, Unity's not so good. We need to be better. Or possibly, oh man, the Empire's back at it. They're evil again. Like... Yes, I'll be joining them. That's what you want me to do. Wow, at least I don't have to run down to this area. Voice acting isn't there.
Change has come to the Garlean Empire, and we must discuss the implications.
The rumors are true, then? The War of Succession is ended?
Well, that took, like, a week.
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
Who?
The birth and all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire
Who's in
is primarily
charge?
attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis. Yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign. Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Would that the Garlean Empire had died with him.
If breeze would knock that guy down with how heavy that armor must be. No wonder he's walking so slowly.
It was the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
Indeed, yet claims count
That
for
just
little
looks
without the power
stupid.
to assert them. High Legatus Varus Ye Galvus is a respected military leader. Not so his uncle.
So young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power. Yet have no doubt but that he shall, for there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught but fortify their positions. But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their Emperor gives the word.
When, not if. They say this Varus was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Plainly, the new Emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all.
Are they really, though?
I propose that we set aside the Cartano dispute for the present, and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald. Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it.
See, if they really cared about stopping the Empire from attacking them again, there's one really simple thing they could have done. While the Empire was embroiled in their dispute, you know, basically their own civil war, why did not the Grand Companies of Eorzea attack, seize the initiative, reclaim annexed land, and possibly annex some of their own? Sure, it would have been costly. But surely places like Ala Mhigo, the reason why Garlia holds them, are because they're strategically viable locations that would be important to the defense and offense in the region. If we held those areas, the Garleans would have to fight from a disadvantage, instead of the Eorzeans fighting from a disadvantage. I mean, if an area is strategically irrelevant, then sure, ignore it, let the Garleans keep it. Starve it out. But simply, you know...
If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by. But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the Ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
I mean, right, having to talk to the Conjurer is another thing of why did I have to even do that? Literally, it was talk to Alphanid, go talk to the Conjurer, go into a cutscene. Couldn't the cutscene have just happened from talking to the Trap? Like... And that's also, right there, was dialogue that really could have happened at the end of the previous section. Like, after the cutscene, go immediately back into the dialogue with Alphanid, instead of making me run back over to him and then talk to him for him to basically go, yeah, we basically have shortlisted who the Ivy is. Go talk to the dude, he'll tell you. Or I could have just told you, but, you know. That'd be too easy. I also really need to clear out a lot of my old equipment at some point. This will be this one. Man, a triple cream coffee. She's gonna be a red herring. Unless I'm wrong. Though, it would make sense for her to be a red herring. You know, she probably went out the door. You know, this door. Is this one right here? And then left via some means over here. That'd make the most sense. Especially if she is a spy. She'd be pretty good at detecting people following her. So, you know. Do I have to? Of course I have to. Heaven forbid I just go to where I need to go. There's so many cases like this. It'd be so convenient if the game just, you know, let you go to where you needed to go. I don't remember where I'm going. Oh, Sweet Bloom. Alright, where am I going now? Wow, what do you know? I'm going basically right to the stone. Yay. It's not like they could have done that on the other side, instead of making me take the boat. Monkeys. A boring Weevil. Yeah, I know. It's pretty boring here, ain't it, Weevil? I know it's not that kind of boring. It's boring as they dig. But... so what we got this time? I didn't notice. Why does my armor have abs? To what point or purpose does that serve? Yeah, that's totally a face. I really don't want to be a ninja. If I was like 13 years younger, maybe. But I got out of my ninja phase. Yeah, it would have to be more than that. Like 16 years younger. I had to go through the 2 loading zones to get told to go immediately back to Ishgard, probably. Or to, you know, get told that, you know, oh, it was all a red herring. That actually wasn't the problem, and now blue ladies being arrested for, you know, and blue dudes being arrested for conspirating, and, you know. Well, at least I'm meeting someone before going back to Ishgard. I wouldn't be giving all of this so much crap if I wasn't wanting to play a new class. And basically having to wait. Hello, Pain ripoff.
Minfilia, am I right?
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
As if I could ever say no to Urianger.
Moonbreeder is an accomplished Sharlayan scholar and an authority on aetherite technologies. She has played an invaluable role in our search for a means to capture Ascian souls.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Really, game? It just has to find a way to make getting back to Minfilia take forever, doesn't it? Anything to do with Minfilia is just annoying. It's just annoying.
Moon! Gods, it's been ages!
Oh, longer, sister.
A joyous reunion indeed.
Well, of course it is. Moon and I are like twin sisters.
Save in appearance and aptitude.
Everyone, if I could have your attention. We have with us an esteemed guest who has come from Sharlayan to assist us. I bid Moonbreeder join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of aetherites. Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into white auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her.
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits, and nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
Urianger, where in the hells have you been hiding?
Unhand me.
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me. I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
Go on. Thine artless attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit. Mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
You still haven't found it, then? Your missing aetherite?
We have not. No. We know that Iceheart teleported to an aetherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful analysis, we could not locate a second beacon. We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sorry, but if the Aetheryte's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first Aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the Aetherite.
You know, I honestly don't
In that
remember,
case,
so,
there
you
might be a
know.
way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Truly? How?
We use the current to recreate the beacon.
We'll bounce the
As
graviton
you know,
beam off the main
Aetherites are a
deflector
bit
dish.
like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate. However, we don't rely solely on these beacons. There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an Aetherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult.
And dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process. They, however, did not have white auracite at their disposal. I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the Aetherite. However, white auracite cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand. Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Though it risk the lives of our best and brightest, we have not the time to seek other options. If the ethereal current still flows, we shall carry out Moonbreeder's plan.
That's the spirit. Let's roll the dice.
I've got plot armor. So do all of they. We'll be fine. Yeah, before I start this, I want to go and grab some coffee. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Alrighty. I've returned. I need to move the camera. That's better. I feel bad for any new players that don't know that flight is just a thing at the end of A Realm Reborn. Seeing me fly on my chocobo and being like, why can't mine fly? That's so much faster. Why can't I do that? Because, like, man... As I've been through before, these maps be big. Now, is it actually going to teleport me to where I need to be? Or is it just putting me into a cutscene? Hello, Valentis. Nice of it to just spark. I mean, kind of. I mean, it's kind of all over the place at the moment. I mean, mostly because it seems to be doing, like, 2 stories at once at the moment. Because there's all the corruption and the spy with the Ul'dah, you know, in Ul'dah, and then there's just this going on over here. Like... And this is gonna be a... Blah. Is this something I can... Yeah. I was hoping I could do this with NPCs. Or is this just a boss fight? If this is just a boss fight, it shouldn't be too difficult. Let me see. Google. I just don't like dealing with other players. Not for regular dungeons anyway. If this is just a boss, which it's looking like it is, that's not so bad. I do want to read through the gimmicks, so I'm not a possible hindrance. Oh, okay. That's why Ice Brand should hit everybody. I feel like I should just not activate this and let the other tank do everything. I mean, I don't imagine this will actually be difficult in the slightest. Wait, rather than doing this, I'll enter it this way, so I don't... Oh, right, it's gonna break this. So hoping it would just... Yeah. Well, that was fast. So I just need to remember... Ice Brand. I need to... If it's targeting onto me... I should type my message. Oops.
You should never have come here, warrior of light. I labor only to forge a lasting peace. A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind faith. No matter. If it is our fate to be at odds, then it is mine to strike you down. We whom gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance. Partake of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light. Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more. Oh, Saint Shiva, still the hatred within our hearts and bless us with eternal grace.
Man, I just fought Shiva in Final Fantasy Explorers. Man, seeing the ground is difficult here. Shield wall. Oh, we got 2 dead people. Oops. Thought I already used the second attack.
Fool. Blind, bloody fool. You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence. Mine is the righteous cause.
Is it really, though?
You fight in a war you do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers. And they are no less ignorant than you, following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why. Trapped in a delusion of their own creation, and blind to the truth. Warrior of Light, redemption is not beyond us. We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the Keeper of the Lake. See with eyes unclouded. Do not squander Mother's gift.
Hello, Asian man.
And so the vessel withdraws. A
What is that
predictable
voice?
outcome.
What is that voice?
Nevertheless, La Habrea will be pleased. How unfortunate.
It's like whoever was doing the voice just clenched their nose shut. It's like, okay. And it's still very much a case of one of my biggest problems with this so far has just been that, you know, even like what story is happening is still nothing new or spectacular, you know. Like, it's basically a case of, if you hit me with the main story points before I'd even played this game, I probably could have told you exactly how you got to each one. Like, that's how nothing new it is. So far. I think the only thing I would have had wrong is that I would have, you know, had the Empire dude not be dead. Though I'm not convinced he's actually dead. That is not the way out of here. They just walked into the beds. Like... It's... Okay. Wait, that's a place I can fast travel to, right? Yeah, it's just there's so many quest icons in the way. So many quest icons that I imagine I will never have any reason to ever touch. Excuse me. I just finished eating not long before streaming. I'm a little gassy.
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest thanks. Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task. From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Nautalon.
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense. All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment. Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy. You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now.
Not very good at observing then, were ya?
And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
At the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
That will not be necessary. We too have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Sir Emmerich, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgard-Zoma could return?
Wrong thing.
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's Toll were taken by your enemies. Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Choose your next words carefully.
Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am. Now, why do you suppose that is? Because I swiftly learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's Toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
As we are to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget, one born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Not at all. You but spoke from the heart. I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you. On such occasions, my second-in-command will speak for me.
Lucia, at your service. Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely. lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences. Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone. Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you. Which reminds me, Lord Orshafon, if you would be so kind?
Certainly.
In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Think nothing of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
Maybe that's how that guy's armor works. It's purely faith-driven. He just has faith that arrows and spears will not pierce the massive links. And I suppose to what I made mention of earlier, if I probably could have pieced the whole story together, I probably would have had a lot of the stuff that initially happened with Mor Dhona and the Imperial place over here happening around the same time we moved to Mor Dhona. But that's just on account of that would have made the most sense. To have everything happen at once, instead of you go there once, rescue everybody, and then you come back here.
Words cannot well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole. Needless to say, I am most eager to hear your account of that which occurred in Kurthis, assuming you're ready to speak of it. Excellent. I shall summon the others at once. Iceheart used her own body as a vessel for a primal soul?
Master Louisoix's writings make no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was a primal?
As certain as we can be that good King Mogulmog the 12th was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
Let's not quibble over definitions. Of more concern is the implication that Iceheart retained her will, even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal, wielding the power of a primal.
Who was defeated by, you know, lore-wise, defeated by one person. Because let's not forget, in all of the story going on here, the player, you/me in this case, are the only warrior of light. There are no other players. They don't exist in the context of this story.
It
be that easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
What qualities this woman possesseth, I know not. But full sure am I that she was groomed for this role. Few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit from their dissemination.
Well, I wouldn't presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same, or near as, damn it. Strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you've faced before.
Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Pack your things, Ida. We're going back to Gridania.
Yes, sir.
About Iceheart's final words to you. Hear, feel, think. Hydaelyn speaks to her as well. If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals. Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo which first set her on this path? She did say that the Ishgardians were blind to the truth. Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded?
Midgard-Zoma was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well-founded. It would seem we have yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake. For a mercy, we are well positioned to do so. Iceheart, Shiva, Ascians, and Midgard-Zoma. I shudder to think how they're all connected.
Hey, a new weapon. I did not hear anything outside, Minfilia. Hello, AI. Hope your stream went well. I think it was you that was streaming. I can double check. Or I guess I can't. That's fair. And back into the war zone I go. It's fair. Now for more scripted fights. I don't even know what it is, so. I think I already said that though. Yeah, just given this game's rating, I definitely wouldn't want to show anything like that on screen right now. Not that this game hasn't gone into some pretty dark things. Man, this is basically just turned into Dynasty Warriors on, like, the hardest difficulty. Where the peons aren't difficult, but they have way too much health. Okay, I need to actually kill everything. Yeah, definitely not something I could stream, or even look at on stream then. Which means my interest goes down. Imagine that was almost a failure. Because he almost died.
I've heard. Truly bothersome business. No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Roban. There is no telling what the brute might do. Have the Blades watch him in the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace. Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while. Nanamo Ulnamo. For my sake, pray be a good little Sultana to the last.
Oh, let's get myself a new weapon. I lose some skill speed. Every time I get it back, it immediately takes it away from me again. Wow, that shield is barely even an upgrade. There's almost no way that character's actually going away. They're not going to make a properly unique model just to have the character be killed off. It's not going to happen.
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alphino. To think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent. I know not what to say. Together with Robon, Aline lent us much needed aid at the time of our Order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Ascians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled. My thanks for coming, friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with White Auracite, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Ascian souls. Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether. Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
In addition to Auracite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
Meaning that, if we want to kill the swine, we'll have to be quick about it.
'Tis our belief that an Ascian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
The only only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Arcean soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Habrea.
During that encounter, Hydaelyn bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy. Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether. Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Habrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Hydaelyn placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands. Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that she will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Hydaelyn did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Oh, what if we had 2 pieces of white orosite? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Oh, nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
So it expels the energy outward. That energy can clearly be directed. So you take 2 pieces of white orosite, and you continuously have them send energy back into each other. That way you can, store the energy in a flipping binary state of on and off, basically. Electronics.
It would seem more research is in order.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the Orosite. And I could do with some help. Urianger, why don't you lend me a hand?
Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands. Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
While you were afield, word arrived from the Sharlayan motherland. You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident at the Isle of Val. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
Aye, yet the mystery endeth not with the isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldesion. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
All indications suggest Ascian involvement, but I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the Dark Beings call the One True God. We must pray that my dear friend Krile regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. think that it came from Huayu, my right hand.
There is more. We have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the Meteor Project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash. We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Alas, these provisions did not prevent Dalamud from falling, and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone. In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the Calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Voris Zos Galvus. So he was Huayu's true master.
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
Seven hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or Monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, Huayu must be made to reveal whose it is.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with Them. Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve. I know you can hear me, monitorist scum. Your crimes will not go unpunished. Today I will purge this land of your sickness before the eyes of the 12. I swear it.
I shall have no further need of you this day. Your Grace. I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Ever since he proposed the Cartiner Reclamation Bill, Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees. The monitorists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs. Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the Syndicate?
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the Syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents. This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly. Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped, but as you have informed us, the monitorists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the Immortal Flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Ul'dah's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monitorists with a rod to beat Rauban.
Eorzea can ill afford for the Immortal Flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ul'dah.
The true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The monitorists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Ul'dah to move forward, it is not only the Syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here. When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Roban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ul'dah.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be. Ul'dah will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people. Roban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
Oh boy. What am I missing? Good. Like, I get with that cutscene that, like, none of them... Honestly, probably the idea of not having a central leader would probably be... Well, no, because the Admiral is not of royal birth. She's definitely a dictator of sorts, to be the leader, and there being no clear succession. Same with all of them, really. But... literally, constitutional monarchy. The Sultana stays, the Syndicate goes. Or more, the Syndicate's positions go. Like... I don't see how that's so difficult. The Syndicate becomes an elected position rather than... Why are you back here? Okay, so this was clearly supposed to happen sooner. So yeah, this was supposed to happen a lot sooner, and yet it didn't. This should have probably been a required quest. And yet it wasn't. So now, like, everyone's just back here? Or are they always here? He's supposed to be here alone. Well, told me to talk to Thancred. This stuff really should have happened sooner. Like, this feels like it should have been required story content, not side quests that are required, but not actually pushed upon you, given how little all of the extra stuff has mattered. Oh, I do want to see. How many seals have I got? 5,000. Is that enough to promote again? No. Way over there. Here's Rob. Well, getting out of that place is annoying. Now, before I do that, I need to use the washroom, so I will be right back. Alrighty, I return. Can I fly over this? I fly over right here. I should probably look at what Ifrit Hard is, what the gimmick is. Yeah, Maple Story's a bit jank like that. It's old. That's one thing that, like, yeah, it'd be nice if they'd fix it, but at the same time, like, if they can't fix it for whatever reason, it's also understandable. Game's old. I have to complete that, I'm pretty sure. Well, let's see. It's probably not going to be difficult, but I'd like to at least know the gimmick so I don't accidentally die. Okay, I don't use my stuns, so shouldn't really matter. Okay, I've got nothing to really care about aside from just hold Ifrit near the edge. Neat. Nice to know I'm gonna be that basically worthless here. I mean, that's kind of the thing with all this. Just hold the boss, keep aggro, don't die. Do I have... Yeah, I do. I'll get that ready, though. More proper grammar involved in that one. So many foods that are either just not for me or for like gatherers and crafters, I'm guessing. Oh, I can use this. Get a slight increase to my skill speed. Man, it's been a long time since I've ever heard of that game freezing. Are you playing it on a toaster or something? Like... Nah, I'm sure it can still freeze, just... I've never witnessed it. I've not witnessed it freezing since, like... Gods. I don't even remember the year, I just remember the computer. It was an old family computer. That was an old Dell that had never once been upgraded, and I'm honestly surprised it even still worked. That barely ran the game in the first place. Ah, well that'll do it. Yeah, never never tab when an old game is loading. No matter what the game is, just never tab while it's loading. You will break it. Welcome back, buddy. And the server tick rate kind of screwed me there. Oh well. There's no way I'm gonna take aggro, so. That was probably pretty close. Yeah, that can happen when you alt-tab of a old game during the loading screens. That can just happen. whatever file was being loaded at that exact time is probably the one that got corrupted. Yay! I'm used to it at this point. Like, I won't even tab out of newer games during loading screens. So, it's the bonus of being old. I'm just used to it. Probably. Well, probably not half, but pretty close to it. I am going on 30. I'm in the later half of my 20s. So, I mean, take the year, add 4, and that is my age. Now, who am I? Okay. Man, I wish these quests had just been part of the main storyline, so I didn't have to be dealing with this right now. I would have already had dealt with it. I mean, they kind of had it lined up so that, you know, hey, we'll do this one, and then you do this one, and then you do this, and then this, and it's just the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. This isn't the person. This the person? Yes. Oops. Just means basically 28 files were being loaded. That's what you get for getting impatient, trying to tab out. There are some old games that tabbing out of them can break things. Some still are some are still routinely pushed on people, like Skyrim. Tabbing out of Skyrim every time you do it is basically just rolling the dice on if your game is gonna crash. It just works. Yeah, right. Now, what are the gimmicks to Garuda? Presumably nothing, if it's anything like Ifrit's. Nothing new, anyway. I'm tempted to just stop saying the message. Let's just go for it. What's the worst that happens? I mean, let's be real, most people coming back to this content could probably do it without the second tank. So... Especially where even a lot of people doing this content probably have much better equipment than I do. Given, you know, none of my equipment has materia slots in it. At all. Yeah, can do. I am just really hoping to actually get to, you know, being able to play the class I want to play. By the way it's looking, I might be, I might reach probably close to level 60 before I even get to that point. What are you doing over there, Chris? Chair rolling on its own. I actually remember with Maple Story, nah, I don't imagine it's healers that this party is missing. With Maple Story and basically their solo server they made. I forget what it's called. Burning server. Something like that. There was a big hoopla about someone having soloed the Black Mage at, you know, at the hardest difficulty. And then they discovered it was a Kana that did it, and they were like, ah, no, it doesn't count anymore. That class was so broken. It's probably been nerfed at this point. Might not have been, though. Hard difficulty, Garuda. I just imagine clerics and tanks are probably the fastest to find, well, be looking for parties. Oh, wow, it's actually telling me someone else was here. That's a rarity. I don't know if these are new animations, so I'm letting them play. Pretty sure this one's new, though. I don't remember her ass being on full display immediately the first time. May as well avoid the damage. Don't know if I actually did or not. Oh yeah, there's thingies. Oops. Oh, I'm done. Okay. I wasn't gonna bother with the weapon, but... Okay. I just wanted the weapon coffer. What is that even for? Oh. Black mages. Feels weird that they would put vitality on something for the black mage. Just at all. Health is not what DPS should have. I mean, I suppose there's not really much else they could have given it. Because mind, I don't think would do anything. No. I suppose crit or direct hit, whatever they use. Could have both. I honestly don't fully understand the difference between these two things. Like, I don't... They sound like the same thing. It's just crits and crits. Though I suppose, you know, this being slightly more, this being just effects... I guess this is more crits and mini crits? I don't know. Now, back to the Walking Sands, to then go after Titan. Who I don't even think I'm gonna bother reading up on. I should, though. Just to see if there's a main gimmick that I need to actually care about. I thought I was done coming back here. I really did? Yeah, I really don't care. He's back. Go talk to the person in Limsa. Then go attune to the stone and go fight him. It's the same thing 3 times. I really just do not care. Based on these being side, but not side quests, the game doesn't particularly seem to care either, so... This isn't the way to go, is it? No. Where am I? Okay, it is in the upper decks. This is the way to go. Now I need this way. Gods, I hate this town. What? Why? Give me map. Wait, no, that's not the quest. Oh, gods. There it is. I was looking at that and was about to run all the way over there. Where am I going? Really help if these maps were actually useful. Now, if only that's all I needed to do to start this. Okay, so don't fall off the edge. Okay. That is what I'm seeing here. Welcome back, Titan. Skipped leg day as always, it seems. And dead. Right amount of coffee. I had a tiny little drop left, though. Hey! Ah, you got the weapon coffer. Neat. Now, can I finally accept this? It looks like I can. I hope I can. Am I missing anything else that you have not made me do yet, game? Anything else at all? Anything else that I really just do not care about? Oh, they'd have managed it somehow. They were pretty adept at censoring things. Oh, before I go do that, I must use the washroom. So, I will be back. Missed the button. Hit the wrong one. I'm back. Okay. Back to Thanalan I go. That's fair. I use a controller. I don't remember, honestly. I just use a controller. I tend to manually reassign a lot of the stuff for Maple Stories, so... Yo, what's up? Wow, he has the ability to become two men. And he morphed into a child. where exactly am I going? Okay, I'm staying on the bottom, so just going this way is probably fastest. Oh man, someone advertising gambling. You know, it very much feels like this game needs P-mods to just be able to deal with people like this. Possibly. I'd have to reinstall the game first. I honestly kind of want to stream MapleStory at some point. So the complete opposite direction he walked off is where I'm going. Got it. Sometimes I feel like they didn't even think of that when they were making these little cutscenes. Wonder if I'm finally getting close to getting to be the class I want to be. Any mention of Ishgard, I'm like, maybe? Is it happening? Is it finally
We have a
happening?
guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. I believe the two of you have met.
We have. I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer. The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
Now that we're all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
I wish I could play as a
The
red mage.
Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm. Last night, the Dragonstar burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers, not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertear Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
The old Curthan rhyme, aye. The brightening of the Dragonstar is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgard Soma himself who cried out on this occasion.
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald, only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Garlean fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day.
Urianger has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragonstar portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgard Zorma had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken. It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all, much less that it was Midgard Zorma. Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights. Therefore, Sir Emric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept? We knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
To prepare for what, pray tell?
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
I'd actually thought of doing Black Mage, but I wanted to, as I've said many times throughout this series of streams, I wanted to basically try this game at its worst, which is why I picked a tank. Because, well, as I've also explained many, many times, tanks are the absolute hardest thing to get right in an MMO. And Square has not disappointed at getting it wrong. Like... You can do a tank in so many ways other than just have them stand there and press the same 3 to 5 buttons over and over again. And yet that is literally all I am able to do. Riders of Icarus does tank pretty good. I forget even what the class is called. The tank class in Riders of Icarus has a lot of basically crowd control skills to basically control the flow of the fight. You know, for instance, one of the things that one of the things that the tank can do in Riders is basically throw out chains to pull enemies to the tank. This also applies a provoking effect on the enemy's hit. So not only does it drag them all to one place, but it also aggroes them all onto the tank, allowing thus any DPS with an AoE to now hit all of them. Instead of having to basically run in a circle pressing whatever buttons you have your spins on and hoping that you've hit them because the hitboxes are weird and don't apply where they should. Apart from that, Tales of Pirates did tanking rather well. The tank class there was a lot of your, one, had a lot of AoE attacks, but also had a lot of, once again, crowd control and debuffing on the targets. They weren't the only debuffer, and they definitely weren't the best. Sealmaster was the best at that. But that was a class entirely devoted to debuffing. Like, yay, NPCs. Like, way too many games get fixated on this tanks are just to absorb damage mentality, when they can do so much more. I mean, it's the same as when games decide the only thing a healer can do is heal. There's many more things a healer can do than just heal constantly. Buffing is one of the things a healer can do. And And if you don't want to give buffs to the healer, then you should be giving buffs to the tank. You know. Imagine if this was a party buff. Now the tank has a use. Now the tank feels like they're doing something, because they're literally increasing the party's damage, instead of their own minor damage output. I mean, in the case of literally the namesake of this class, a lot of games that give you the option of a paladin also give that paladin almost immediately ways of healing the party, to be a backup healer. Also tend to give it various, you know, other skills for debuffing and buffing. Like, I've yet to feel like I'm a paladin. Because, well, quite simply, I'm just not. I'm not a paladin. I'm just a gladiator with a few extra skills. Yeah, that'll probably be mostly useless, but hey, it's different. Hey, first boss. Whoops. I have no idea what the gimmick here is. Okay, those explode. That's what the gimmick here is. I'm gonna assume I'm probably good over here. No. That's what this is for. Thank you, guys. Yeah, guys are just like, well, let's let it finish. Well, that'll actually probably be useful if I do a dexterity-based class. Ow. Did not realize that had dropped. It's already destroyed. I do honestly feel like a big issue of why the Paladin specifically feels so bad is, one, it's just an old class at this point. But also, they probably were planning from the very start to have as many tank classes as they do. Which then undoubtedly... It's level 50 again, isn't it? Yeah. Which then undoubtedly caused issues. Because they were probably there like, well, we can't give everything to the Paladin. We can't give them these things because we want to use these for, you know, Dark Knight or Gunbreaker. It's like, well, okay, why? Hey, case in point, I know I hit him with one of the spins, but I guess I didn't. It's honestly one of those cases where they really should have taken a hint from the released a couple years later Final Fantasy Explorers. And basically just, like, in Explorers, any, say, skill that uses a staff can be used by any class that uses a staff at lower proficiency than the staff it's meant for. But that does mean that you could have a white mage using black magic. Basically every white mage is a mixed mage at that point. Well, every mage is a mixed mage. Hey, that'll also probably be helpful for a dexterity. Wait, I already had one of those, I think. Did it give me the same thing twice? Oh no, it was an arm aiming. Okay. And basically any class that uses a sword can use all the sword-based skills. That way, you know, you don't need to balance things as much. You just need to balance the skills. And balance how many skills these classes can have. And this is done in Explorers by applying to every skill a weight. And every class a weight limit. So, for instance, my White Mage has a weight limit of 150. I can only have 150 weight worth of skills. So to have the absolute most optimal setup I can have, I'd have to give up on... You know, I basically just wouldn't be able to have it. I have to sacrifice to get the things I want. Conjurer, do you want to... Conjurer, do you want to heal me? Thank you. Oh, the Lancer died. Conjurer, do you want to... Conjurer, do you want to... Thank you. Want to revive the Lancer? No? I don't know why it was not letting me target. I was hitting tab, but it was seemingly not recognizing that I was hitting tab. Arm guards. Well, that'll be something if I ever do any of those classes. The issue with doing, like, Lancer is that I'd have to go to Gridania. A place I really just don't want to go. Same with Limsa. Both of them. Both cities are just overly large. They're firing the lasers at me. Oops. I mapped the dragon.
Who treadeth now upon my bones, and waketh me from slumber sweet?
Now, why would I do that? Just waiting for that to be definitely off cooldown. Do I not do anything about them? Ow. I say ow, that barely hurt. I may as well join them way over here. Treasure.
By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve. Speak, mortal, and I shall listen. Guided by a star. My people have heard the song. Ishgard shall burn. Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. We do not forget. We do not forgive. Seven children did I sire. One now singeth of retribution. I rise to join in the chorus. Thou art powerless to silence us, mortal. Yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy
Did not mean to bump the mic.
is at an end. Trickery is thy shield. This frail, ignoble creature is not gifted, but chosen. Hearken to me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent. Fear not, mortal. I shall not harm thee.
Oh no, my crystals.
Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath breaker. Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall be by another's hand, not mine. fight and struggle, if it be thy will. Man hath ever coveted that which lieth beyond his grasp. I drink of her body, and thence doth mine own find new life. When it hath grown whole, the loyal and penitent shall rejoice. The dragon song heraldeth our beginning and an end.
Okay. I can summon a dragon now, I guess, as a pet. Edge of their hitbox just slightly in my way. Nice, let's speak to him here. Is he in? Okay, he is in there. Be nice if it said the solar when it meant the solar, and the rising stones when it meant the rising stones, but why would it do that? What's up, my man? The crystals are gone.
My friend, I can scarce believe it. You confronted the Wormlord and lived to tell the tale. I give thanks to Halone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness. Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Dravanians are coming.
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature. Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Probably not.
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened. I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises. I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
Because I'm here, that's why. Need to make me do something. That's how it works. If I had the patience for doing it, I would literally go through all of my streams and just see how much of my playtime has been spent on quests where the sole purpose is to talk to somebody who tells me to go talk to somebody else in the immediate vicinity. Or basically tells me to go talk to them, again, in the immediate vicinity, with no real reason for it.
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking, I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Ascian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void.
Yeah, like... Yeah, I'll just click, just in case.
Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Ascian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that White Auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Aye. To unmake an Ascian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Short of experimenting on an actual Ascian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether. Hang on a minute. Why didn't we think of this before? White aurosite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white aurosite cannot store ether for long periods? Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Laminsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian's soul? Or still more?
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around, on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
That's the very problem we set out to solve, and I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is the land.
If you mean to tap the Great River of Ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona.
Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would we need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land? I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A malm away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea. I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
If you think it worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
I thought you might say that, but no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out. Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
Has something happened?
Movement
A lot of
has been
things have
observed
happened.
at Castrum Meridianum. During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant. Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals. Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go. Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Arceans will next appear.
Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
Though you have become a crystal brave, you are yet a scion, Alphino. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the Crystal Braves and lend them your support. Thangred and Papalymo shall accompany you. Ida and Y'shtola, in the meantime I would have you assist Moonbreeder. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
Well, you know, while it's being eliminated, use the test to kill them.
I shall continue mine own experiments on white aurosite.
Thank you, Urianger. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you are able. Go well, and be safe.
Oh, and here I was thinking that I'd have to talk to him, you know, where I need to go. Instead of coming out here where he's undoubtedly going to tell me, hey, meet me at the processing plant. It's not like I already didn't know where I needed to go. Okay. I mean, I'm assuming that's setting up. She'll get in trouble. I'll have to go save them. It'll be comic relief. Like, at least they're setting it up. And for a second, I thought it was going to transition immediately into a new conversation. At least it moved me over here. I would summon Dave, but I almost know there's no point. Because even if this does lead to fighting, it'll probably be instanced, unless Dave will be of no use anyway. So... Okay, maybe they won't be instanced. So I guess I'll be summoning Dave then. Let's go, Dave. I mean, still hardly a threat, but, you know. Even if I didn't have Dave. Having Dave just means I don't even have to move. Hey, more materia. I still have no idea what I should even prioritize, so I guess I'll just take extermination. I should really get a drink. Some coughing because my throat's getting pretty sore. I just feel like I'm getting really close. I hope I'm getting really close. Like it'd be so nice if I could be getting close to what I actually want. I'm probably not, though. You know what? I'm gonna take this moment and check. Because I may as well. Man, if this website didn't try to pull up the frickin' quest thing every time you hover over it, that'd be nice. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 18 more quests! Of course she'd be bisonly aggressive.
Hold on, I won't be a second. The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe. I know. As Urianger never tires of reminding me, an axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one. And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it? Aye, that ought to do it. So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting. Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed? The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether, which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade. I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
She senses me. A useful talent.
Oh, hey, it's this guy again.
Are they onto us?
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth. Meddler.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriales. And you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
My YouTube chat disconnected.
Oh, bugger.
Do settle down. You must concede that I acted in self-defense. But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light. Oh, dear. Could it be that frail Hydaelyn has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee. Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken. Now is the time to claim the staff. With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
What did that bastard want with us?
Exactly what he just said.
Nabriales, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet, unconscious. But this staff, you say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff. Oh, gods. He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff. Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
Of course, she would have been right next to an aggressive mob. Frickin' hiccups.
You two.
So, you were able to divine my intent. What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry.
What do you mean?
You truly do not know? Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you. The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain. My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Habrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on. But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
You will not harm her!
Use your fancy thing.
Moonbreeder!
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed? The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings. How else do you think Louis Soir was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals? Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow the staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
And why did I do nothing that whole time? Why am I doing nothing now?
After them! Quickly! Before the rift closes!
Exactly. Why do I need ordered to do this? Like... I also love how this is a dungeon, so I could realistically just leave and go do other things. It's like, quickly, before the rift closes. Yeah, lady, this ain't closing until the game closes. Like, we have, presumably, at least a few years. Of course, this is another boss. Well, let's see what the gimmick of this one is. You've not even explained orbs, game. Players should spread out and absorb orbs. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for it, and I have my message set, so... So much of this wiki page is just... nonsense? Maybe it'll make sense once I see it, but, like... most of them at least kind of explain the fight. This one's just like, yeah, you know mechanics. Like, orbs. There'll be orbs, I guess. Like... okay. I might actually want Shirk for this one, maybe. I don't know, honestly. Like, I'm not even understanding the orbs part. Like it might make sense once I'm in it, but I think I'm just gonna go to what I normally do. I'm just gonna bash him until I can't bash him. Like, I don't... they're trying way too hard to make all of these different, and it's just getting annoying. Where am I even going? There we go. Oh, this is the orbs. Yes. Now what? Oh. Wiki said to do that, so... Suppose I'm getting out of the circle, maybe? I don't know. I'm very confused right now. Okay. Okay, goodbye. Have fun in there.
You're safe. Thank the 12.
You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come? Remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually, you will falter, and the staff will be mine. Until next time, Scions.
Why are we not using the thing? Use the thing? The thing? Yes, stone. Use it.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
What trickery is this?
Marble.
No! Cannot! No!
Use Tube Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free. Concentrate. Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the Blade of Light. Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me! I shall make you pay for your insolence!
Please, Mother Hydaelyn, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light. Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
If only we had a bit more ether.
Moonbreeder, what are you doing?
Master Louisoix, I understand now. The choice you made in death. There is life. Farewell, Urianger. You damned old coot.
Oh, are they really gonna kill her off immediately?
You mustn't!
What? No! It cannot end! I am eternal! I am immortal!
Oh, there goes our only white stone. Our only person that can get us the white stone.
Moonbreeder. She's gone. You did it, my friend. The Ascian is dead. This device is a legacy of Moonbreeder's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
Minfilia, are you all right?
I am.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
What happened here? Where is Moonbreeder?
Yeah, she's dead. So is Ascian.
She gave her life to temper the Blade of Light. I have no words.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Does Urianger know?
My friend, there is something I must tell you.
I heard all, my lady. The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens, yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moonbreeder hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not? Long ago, far across the seas in the Sharlayan motherland, Moonbreeder and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louisoix. Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hither to the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice, was the realm spared its doom. Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. his peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Charlayan behind, Master Louisoix gave no word to signal his intent to Moonbreeder. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered, and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louisoix I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louisoix hid his intent. He but desired that Moonbreeder discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louisoix's wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer. Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart. Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louisoix's will before the end? The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh, Moonbreeder, my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Ascians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Aether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
I almost feel like this is comic rules. We don't have a body, so she's probably not actually dead. Probably just in the ether right now. Oh, it's right outside. That'll be faster than going through multiple loading zones.
Forgive me, Moonbreeder. Had I been quicker or wiser, but I was not, and you paid the price. But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it. And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
Life for death, a fair exchange. Other bargains will be struck.
I wonder where around the world she can still be found, because I haven't done a quest that pertains her. Given, you know, everyone was still in both places until I started doing those other quests that were clearly meant to have been done first, but weren't. It does feel very odd that they would introduce a character basically just to kill them. Might help the player actually have cared a little more if she had been around more. Because, I mean, like, yeah, the voice acting added a bit to that, but, like, at the same time, like, literally, we just met her, what, 3 hours ago? Like, all the characters met her a long time ago, but we haven't. Like, it kind of falls into the same camp as, Early Mother 3. Which I even forget the character, but there's one of the characters that's important to the other characters dies off. Which, like, I'm sure is a very touching thing. But, and I know I'm just weird, but I kind of need time to actually connect to a character. And a couple hours is not it. So, you know, they did at least foreshadow her death. With the whole, you know, she'll put the blade in my hand even if it's the last thing she does. Which is technically what she did. Bit generic, but, you know. Oh, right. It's a different place, isn't it? Yeah. I should have looked at that. I was expecting her to just be back in here. Like, I get the feeling this entire little set of quests probably happened over multiple updates. It was probably more than intended that you would have more than, you know, a couple hours of knowing the character existed before they killed her.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
The song riseth to a crescendo.
Is that what I think it is?
Dragons!
Hello, can you hear me? We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
Dragons are You could have teleported me all the way over there. I wouldn't have been mad, game. No one would have been. No, game. I want... Oh, I hate this map. I hate this map a lot. This is probably one of the worst maps I have ever experienced in any MMO. Nothing like it just kind of doing its own thing half the time. Let me guess. I need to go right in? Yep. So I need to go to the solar, not the rising stones. Call it the solar. Just say the solar when that's where I need to go so I don't have to check the map. I'm getting so close. So close.
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken. Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus. The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
Actually, I want to check what. Closing in. So I needed to talk to all of them to learn the thing I just saw. I get my character doesn't know, but the player knows. For literally no reason. Gods, I hate these quests. This could have been removed. Either remove this or the cutscene, and given this took less time, I mean, at that point, remove the cutscene. Ta-da, you've now learned the same thing. Like, as I've said before, find me the Final Fantasy game where this happens. Like, outside of this one, you really can't. And now I go to the building, I guess? Yeah. Heaven forbid I just get sent there right away. Oh man, a dragoon. What, Frisk? I know I've been streaming a long time. Nothing new. You need to be good. I know you've not been put to bed yet. You have nothing to complain about. Poor Dave. He got to show up, fight like 6 dudes, and now he just gets to stand around and wait. You know, much like I get to do most of the time.
Alphino, it is good to see you.
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury.
All those people.
Alphino is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go.
We've already gone to war. What's so different?
The path we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end. For those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Then it is settled. I shall inform the Council of our intentions, and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
Getting so close. The annoying thing is, like, most of these quests are nothing but dialogue. Dialogue that could literally be, like, most of this could probably be cut out. And a lot of it definitely could be, if in a case like this, rather than us having to come out and talk to Tartaro, she just was there, and we talked to her there. You know, or the cutscene brought us here, talking to her. You know, basic things that a lot of games will do. A lot of old MMOs don't, which is why I've said multiple times, if this was 2008 to 2010, I would have had no problems with this game at all. But it's not. Like, let me... Phantasy Star Online 2, released in 2012. And quite honestly, is a better game. And is free. They even have their big, grand, normal MMO story now. I've not played through that. I've not played New Genesis, so I can't say if New Genesis itself is good. But the base game is. I mean, A Realm Reborn was 2013. So it was a year later than Phantasy Star Online 2. With worse gameplay. Kind of awkward story flow. Like, I just don't get it. I mean, yeah, you got a lot more skills to play with here than you do in Phantasy Star. In Phantasy Star, you've got, like, 8 slots and then your 3 mouse buttons. Middle, left, and right. So, you've got 11 skills. That's less than 1 skill bar, but you don't need them. You don't tend to feel it, and technically you have a lot more, because you have a lot of skill bars that you could swap between. Like, I feel like I should do Phantasy Star at some point. Play through New Genesis, see how it compares. New Genesis is a lot newer, but the gameplay of Online 2 is older. The gameplay systems. By basically a year. A year and a month. So. But yeah, I think as much as I am getting close, I just don't have it in me to continue today. I'm getting so annoyed with these quests. All of them well, not all of them, but most of them being just, hey, go talk to this guy. Oh man, go talk to that guy. Oh man. Be told all these things are happening, but don't get to experience anything really until presumably close to now, but like it's been 5.5 hours. And outside of the raids, which albeit are still quests, I think I have fought, what, 6 enemies? And sat through, and each of those raids was maybe about 3-4 minutes. Past the 5-minute starting time. So let's say 10 minutes each. There was 4 of them, so that's 40 minutes. The 6 dudes was like a minute. So that's been almost 5 hours. Well, yeah. Close enough to 5 hours. 20 minutes short. Of dialogue. Most of which was, in case you've forgotten, like, I get a lot of these quests were probably being added piecemeal as time went on. I get that. the in case you forgot was important at the time, but it's really not anymore. And I get it's expensive to redo cutscenes like that, but they could just not have the big fancy cutscene, remove the voiceovers, and do it in text. You know, shorten them down. Right, there was the one dungeon. We did one dungeon. So I suppose closer to 4 hours of just dialogue. But still, it's 4 hours of nothing but dialogue, and the story's really not progressed much past, oh hey, we found a way to kill Ascians. At the cost of, you know, once again, our supply of the white stones required, you know, our contact that could get more of the white stones. So really, we're right back to where we were, with no way to defeat the Ascians, except there will be a way, because we'll just magically have more of the stones if we ever need them. Like, I don't know, it's just annoying to deal with all of this. Knowing how much better this could be if they had just paced it better. Like, if I was to restructure these quests that I've experienced up until this point, before the revelation of the dragon roaring kind of thing, that is where Ultima Weapon should have happened. That should be the end of the base story. Literally at that point, shifting things around, that is where Ultima Weapon should be. That way it's fresher in the mind and has more impact when they're going, yeah, you didn't help us when we asked for your help. Why should we help you now? Because quite simply, like, yeah, sure, the Ishgard didn't help, but we didn't need them either. So it doesn't matter ultimately. What does matter is they need us now, and if it was far closer to, you know, us having just asked them for help, like, it's evidently been months in universe. The Garleans have had an entire civil war in this time. Like, that shit takes time. That shit usually takes, like, 4 to 6 months. Wars of succession tend to take even longer. Because, well, both sides basically want to keep fighting until they literally cannot fight anymore. Like, a lot of time Wars of Succession will take years. So we're, you know, months to years apart from having asked Ishgard for help. You know. Though, once again, we don't know how long it's been. In reality, it's been like a week. You know. But yeah, that's going to be it for today. So, I thank you all very much for watching, and hopefully I shall see you back here tomorrow as we continue streaming every day for the month of June. Going good so far, I haven't missed a day yet. So, see you all then.